First attack.
Thank you for the call, everybody. I am K-Tom. I'm a hobbyist game developer slash YouTuber. And today I'm actually going to do the former part of that. For once in my gosh darn life, even though it's not necessarily game dev, it's more software dev, but you know, it's baby steps back into the field, because I do need to get so much work done. So I can't actually turn my... This song is definitely a little loud. This one a little bit... This is better. I swear, it's like some days it sounds like VLC is louder than it should be, and some days it sounds like VLC is quieter than it should be. I'll turn it back down to 30, see if that's a little bit better. But wow, it feels like it's louder today. I get a head pat. You head pat. Yes. Oh, hang on. I have this on the wrong thing. There we go. Yes, so, I mean, I'm still kind of tuning my brain up for this, and I have to get into this. I have opened up the, I've opened up the code, I've opened up the project, I've got everything open, but it's still gonna be, eventually I am working on getting my brain into functionality. Good luck with the work, Amy. Okay. I unfortunately left my coffee in the freezer a little too long, so it is not just a little bit stale, but also not quite as warm as I wanted it to be. It's not necessarily cold, but it is like lukewarm. It is in the nasty lukewarm state, which kind of sucks. I left it in there a little long. But anyways, I'd like to do some actual coding work today to get myself back into that. I mean, granted, what I really need to get myself back into in order to shake off the burnout rust enough to actually get some progress done on Jack Schmidt, I actually should be getting some 3D modeling stuff done soon. When I get back into that, I need to get back into actually getting productive with Blender again. As it stands, I'm also kind of tempted to, you know, a little on the side, not necessarily on the side because this is, you know, technically still a main project, getting into maybe making a new 3D model for Kton and switching over to something like VC Face or the thing that Kiri has made, Snack Studio, something like that. Because I'm definitely a little tired of having to deal with this stupid fucking thing. I'm tired of having to deal with it, and I want to do some more stuff with it, but I'm very limited on what I can do with it because I don't have a Live 2D license anymore, and I'm not paying $100 for it, so that's definitely part of it. But in general, I kind of want to work on stuff for that, but I have to kind of get myself back into the effort of doing that. But anyways, I have the general idea of what I want to be working on today is, I don't know if you've ever seen whenever I've had to restart KT Dash before, but there's a little prompt that comes up of, do you want to connect to OBS? There is the general connection of it to connect to OBS WebSockets is functional enough, but it does not actually have anything that's like implementing it right now. The intention was to have it such that whenever I change scenes, it can move around the various thingadings, the UI elements, depending on which scene I'm on. Wow, my sinuses are not good today. Why is my sinuses always nasty when I want to be streaming? So I'm going to mute my microphone first. It didn't seem to help all that much. Tried just blowing my nose on a nearby napkin, but I mean, it helped a little bit, but I think I'm just gonna continually devolve into sinusy voice for most of stream. It sucks. But soon it'll be winter and the dust activity will be a little bit lower because it's winter. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll have my power back, my energy back as Ice Cat. But outside of that, so part of the reason why I want to specifically work on the functionality that moves things around depending on which scene I'm on. Part of the reason that I want to work on that specifically is because one of the features I'd like to work on soon-ish is a new playlist feature. Because as I've covered before, the way that I'm doing my little stream radio thing is just with like a VLC playlist. Here it is. Sorry for the flashbang. And then I use Streamling here, this little application, to actually show the song name and song credit on OBS. And this obviously has its upsides and downsides. Number one, VLC is still set up as the default application that opens whenever I click on an audio file. Excuse me. So, therefore, if I'm ever doing any sort of audio engineering or whatever, I cannot simply just double-click on a existing audio file to play it. Instead, I have to either like drag it into Audacity or preview it within Unity or something like that. Because if I just simply double-click on it, if I just double-click this, it just put it into my VLC playlist right there. That's not good. I don't want that. So that's part one of the reasons why I want to move this into its own application. Part two is being able to control it. Part two, actually, the more important part two, this thing crashes. This thing crashes at the drop of a hat, and I don't understand why. It crashes anytime I open up Audacity, which already sucks for audio engineering. It crashes anytime I'm, like, making any sort of changes to, something with my audio drivers. It crashes if I just right-click on the fucking audio device down here. If I right-click on this right now, it's gonna crash Streamlink. Boom! Crash Streamlink. Predictable. Predictable. I have to relaunch the fucker. And eventually it works again. Hello? Excuse me. Turn it on. Why is it no longer working? Turned on demo mode. Well, what is wrong with you? Why are you like this? Hold on, where is it? Refresh. There we go. I have to refresh it in OBS, of course. As you can tell, this application is not ideal. It crashes at the drop of a hat, especially if I'm doing anything that involves audio engineering or messing with audio driver stuff, which I tend to do a lot when it comes to game development. Not very often, but it is pretty often. It is an element of game design. Something that I do think is very, very important to game design, especially if you ever catch me talking about the game design of Deep Rock Galactic. I think Deep Rock Galactic's audio or sound design is so fucking phenomenal and is one of the core elements of what makes Deep Rock Galactic such a satisfying and fun game and well-designed game. generally speaking, the sound design in that game is so top-notch. And so it's a part of game development that I think is extremely important. So the fact that anytime I do anything with that, it crashes the Streamling, kind of annoying. So being able to have that integrated into my overlay application would be a huge godsend. Other things that will be great with this, as I was kind of demonstrating earlier, some of these songs are louder than the other songs, some of these sounds are quieter than the other songs, and then I have to constantly fiddle with the audio volume of it. That's kind of annoying. And also, in general, being able to have something that is an easier way for me to manage the playlist of it. Because the other thing also is that I think I can do crossfading on VLC. I think I can do crossfading on a VLC, but I don't remember for sure. In fact, I might not. Let me actually check this out. I don't think I can. I would like to do crossfading though. Is the point. Track synchronization? No, that's the same thing. I doubt it's in preferences. It is not in preferences either. So I think crossfading would be a great addition to this, especially because some of the songs don't have the same sort of ending to them, and crossfading would be nice. Not to mention, again, you know, as it stands, the Streamling thing, this is, you know, part number 4 of why I want to do this in the overlay. The Streamling overlay thing itself has a latency to it that is kind of annoying, where it will take it like a solid 5 to 10 seconds for it to actually update the track name on there. Being able to update the track name instantaneously would be nice. So that's another reason. And also the idea of having it as a overlay thing is that what I would like to do is actually just be able to pull up the KT-overlay, and then if the particular song itself is a little loud or it's a little quiet, I can just come into here and then like click on it myself and like adjust a volume slider, and then have that save changes to a local database file. And then so that way, anytime that song comes up, the volume of it will be adjusted. And then over time, I can normalize all of the audio files, essentially, so that we have a consistent radio system. That is the ideal. That's at least the baseline of what I would like to do. There is also a little bit of a feature creep, scope creep concept back in the back of my mind, where I could, you know, assign a certain mood to it, because obviously I generally try to keep a general idea of mood throughout this playlist, but there is still a little bit of whiplash that goes on every now and then. As it stands, like, you know, this song is a little up there. It starts out kind of nice and calm, but it is, you know, an action-packed Maverick Rising remix of a song from Mega Man X. So it kind of gets up there. But like being able to kind of categorize like a bunch of like the Valhalla songs together, the calmer Hat in Time songs together, and then being able to kind of specify a particular mood for whatever time, or be like, you know, hey, shuffle whatever, and then just have like whatever commands I want to focus it down into certain things. That way it can also be like, you know, hey, I'm gonna end stream soon, and be like, okay, I want this to be like calm, talky kind of music right now for the next 10 minutes. Some sort of flexible system like that would be really cool, but I want to get the basics in first, which is just audio normalization and the system being part of the UI moving about thing. That's the other thing, is that the reason that we're working on the UI moving about thing first is because I want it to be able to move around first. I don't want it to be as part of, because again, if I go ahead, I'm gonna need to do something real quick. Move the overlay over here to my other monitor, and then I'm gonna come down here and temporarily, if I can find report program, temporarily, I'm going to capture cursor. I am going to need to remember to turn this back off. So now I'm capturing cursor on KT overlay. And so what you should see now, I now have my mouse on the overlay. So that should help you with seeing what's going on here. This is the overlay. So I'm moving my mouse around in the extents of the overlay. And so this is off the overlay in that direction. This is off the overlay in that direction. On this scene in OBS, the overlay is actually confined to the display here. This is the display that it's confined to. Whereas if I actually flip over to my chatting scene, in my chatting scene it's actually different. If I actually put my mouse on here, you'll actually see that it's this sort of extents to it, where it covers kind of over here, and then, you know, it's kind of over where the chat is going to be, and then, you know, this would be where the timers go, is in this general area. This would be generally where the Titan Blades, like, invitation thing would show up, and then Titan Blades ends up showing up across the entire thing, which isn't super ideal, but it's whatever. And if I actually go onto one of the standby screens, or the ending screen, it's the full screen. It is the entire thing is the entire scene is the extensive KT overlay on that scene. Back over here, I'm going to go ahead and turn that off now. Properties. Capture cursor. I'll turn that off now. Yeah, so now I can't see it. Cool. So that's how it's handled right now. But if I were to do more overlays on there, such as a custom chat integration, a custom music interface thing, the thing showing what the current track is, that's not within this sort of confinement of the screen. But I don't want it to be in the exact same place on every scene in OBS. That would look very weird. So instead, I needed to be able to know what scene it's on in OBS. And also, I can't just do them all as separate sources, because I don't have a good way of doing that in a way that's not going to take up a ridiculous amount of system resources. I'm not going to do 15 Unity apps as my overlay just to be able to move them around. Therefore, that's why it's its own thing, and I just need to make sure it gets moved around. It is going to be a little bit annoying. I need to figure out some way. So sometimes I am going to want it to be under my character model, and sometimes I'm going to want it to be over my character model. That's always going to be kind of a interesting question to answer. Now, in the future, if I do get myself a 3D model and move into Snec Studio, it's going to be very easy for me to do some sort of integration where I can tell Snec Studio, hey, move my character model over here. Or be able to say, like, you know, hey, Snec Studio, give me a alpha mask of my character that I can then pull into KT Dash and use that to mask out elements. That'd be cool. That'd be badass. Although I could also potentially do that with, like, OBS itself, eventually. And I can have that, you know, specifically, specifically alpha key out certain elements, but still leave certain elements on top of my character, essentially, would be the idea. Like, for example, a thing that I'm thinking of is, like, if I'm on chatting scene and we have a Titan Blades match, you might have noticed before that sometimes if I'm on this scene and we do a Titan Blades match, I get covered up almost entirely. In order to make that actually function properly, what I can do is that with this next studio implementation, I can just have my model scoot over temporarily to make room for that. I can also make sure that it's kind of taking up a different sort of screen portion. That's kind of a thing I need to be doing anyways, was making it so that I can make Titan Blades matches smaller if I need to. Stuff like that. So yeah, back to me and that's the general idea that I want to have for that. Now, I can just default everything to be over everything else in OBS, and that'll be fine for the moment. And then at some point, I'm going to have to figure out some way to alpha key out things when I need it to not be over everything. Or if I need certain things to be under certain things in OBS, likely my model. Which again, if I do finally get around to porting things over into Snec Studio, there's a good chance I might be able to extract an alpha channel out of Snec Studio and use that within Unity to key out certain things. But we'll see. We shall see. But I do need to remember kind of what state I left the scene layout management system in. So I have this layout class, the element class. The method on layout changed. Yeah, we are referencing the OBS WebSocket handler. I'm gonna go ahead and pin these. Pin the important things right off the top of a thing. Yeah, this event handler on-scene transition start. Is that already kind of hooked into? Doesn't currently seem like that. WebSocket get current program scene. Pending request base. Why do I have a thing here? Oh, that's fine. It is an abstract class, it doesn't inherit from anything else. Interesting. Just get current program scene. We provided a callback. And then we do send request, which returns a pending request base. Which is just going to return this. But we're not currently using that return for anything. Imagine there's something I want to be able to do potentially with a returned pending request, like cancel it or whatever, or be able to like determine whether or not we're responding to the right request or something like that, or just, you know, in general, like store and get the status of it maybe. Yeah, with system.action is the callback here. Going at find all references. You have an invoke for it. We don't have anything that's actually implementing it yet. I do believe this does work, though. I believe I've tested this before. But actually, something I do want to test is... whether or not the get current program scene thing works. I think what I can actually do, I can wrap this in a debug message, potentially. So I can do debug log. We're just going to check to make sure that this system I set up for setting scene... Actually, wait. Currently known scene. It is a private string. I don't think that gets... Unless it does. I'm curious. So I'm gonna revert this. So where's this at? OBS Scene Layout Manager. Ah, try to remember where that's at. WebSocket handlers here. Is that actually not here? Hang on. I'm gonna do search by type. First of all, just a sanity check to make sure that I know I'm using search by type correctly. OBS WebSocket handler. That's when that shows up. Okay. So I need to get the full name of this in there. OBS Scene Layout Manager. That does not currently exist in the scene, so I don't think I've actually added it yet. That's fine. I'll go ahead and add it. Now, this does seem to use get component within the same object, so I need it to be in the same object as OBS WebSocket handler. So we do OBS Scene Layout Manager here. Got a default layout here. I don't think I need to handle that right now. But what I am going to try and do... Wait, first of all, if I go into debug mode, we do actually see currently known scene here. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to see. So I don't need to do a debug.log here. I just need to make sure that this functions. Granted, first scene request, does this get called somewhere? Oh, apparently, Scene Layout Manager gets referenced there. There's no null check for this. There is no null check for that. That is a concern. So if I ever clicked yes on that message, it would potentially crash. That's cool. That's good to know. That's fantastic news for me. That's sarcastic. It's fine. Okay, so I might need to make sure that the test thing has the same codes. I have to remember what the fuck I even mean by that. The authentication stuff. Oh no, it's local low is where this is all in. And then H162 overlay. Access credentials. Copy. I just need to triple check to make sure that this is up to date. Temp. Replace file and destination. I can actually check whether or not that was date modified 14 August 24. Let's take your protocol. Again, TF2, thank you very much for following. Welcome to Toast Record Big 8. Wait. That's interesting. Again, TF2 followed 21 hours ago, but I'm just now getting that notification in KT Dash. That's interesting. That's weird. There's notification in my activity feed on Twitch. 21 hours ago, the NTF2 followed. But I'm just now getting the notification in KT Dash. That's weird. That is very weird. Does it actually say whether or not GANTF2 is currently in chat? It does say users GANTF2 is in chat. If GANTF2 wants to announce themselves in some time. Unless it's just now counting them as a new follower and therefore won't let them chat yet, which is weird. Honestly, I do need to turn that down. I need to turn that, what should we call it? I have to turn that, follower threshold down a bit because, Twitch has introduced some additional security stuff that does make me a little bit more comfortable with running that on 0 minutes instead of 3 minutes, like it usually is. So I'm considering tuning that down. Still make it such that anytime I get a raid from a trusted raider, it still turns it entirely off. But then still leave it as like 0 minutes for that sort of scenario. Anyways, yeah, that's weird. That's what I'm trying to work on here. Yeah, it's interesting that that didn't have a null check on it. Regardless, I think we should be able to just hit play on this, and then I'm going to go into debug mode on this to test whether or not it got the right scene name. I did already replace the whatchamacallums? Access credentials. It's interesting that it took it that long to get that solved. Yesterday we were looking for streamers to help in DRG. Ended up watching you because I thought you were pretty charming. Thank you very much. Alright. Do we see... I heard the warning sound, although I think I know what that warning sound is. Then again, I'm not going to see it in there. I'm going to see it highlighted here. Oh yeah, Trusted Raiders list is null or empty. That's fine. I know that that's the thing with that. Okay, so if I click yes on connect to OBS, we should not get any problems. Keyword should. An exception has occurred while connecting. Interesting. Socket on close. Got here. Somebody connect to OBS WebSocket. This was working last I checked. Wait. Stupid question. Is my WebSocket even on? My WebSocket's not on. That would track. That would track. Enable WebSocket server. Apply. See if that even worked. There we go. Cool. I didn't get like a notification saying that it was successful, but I do see this debug OBS WebSocket sent request response. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. It's just GAN added to TF2 because just GAN was already taken. Understandable. Yeah, Sangry Protocol. I am Kton. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. So, usually, or at least, usually being a loaded word because lately I've been kind of burnt out, so I haven't been doing a lot of game dev stuff on the channel recently, but I'm trying to get myself back into game dev stuff because that's supposed to be my primary content. From trying to... I've been in some burnout and some stuff has been going on lately, but I'm trying to move myself back into getting into the swing of things. We're usually working on a movement shooter type game. Also, I'm sorry, there's going to be an annoying noise every time you say that because I don't feel like hitting... Actually, I'll go ahead and just hit this button. Oh, actually, it beeped at me because KT Dash itself sent a message from the other application. For a refresher on what I'm working on right now, this is the KT1632 overlay. It's a application that handles a bunch of overlay stuff on my OBS, on my stream thing. It handles a bunch of cool little features, such as the ability to post a Morgie. I had a first attack on the debug version. Whoops. Oh well. I've got the Titan Blades challenge, which I don't want to do right now because I have this open on here. Should set up something to turn this off, but yeah. I saw some of your stuff already. Yes! Yeah, that's, it's very heavily inspired by Titanfall, but it's also a parody of mascot horror games in general. So that's definitely part of it. Yeah, today I'm trying to get some work done on the overlay stuff because I have some features that I want to do, and those features are going to require me to have the part of the system that handles my scene transitions correctly. And I was getting distracted. I wanted to go see. So if I go ahead and turn on debug mode, down here, we do get currently known scene display with overlay. I think that is actually functioning already. Let's back into normal mode. By the way, speaking of me saying something earlier about crossfading between tracks, for some reason VLC is like skipping the last second of some of these tracks, and I'm not sure why that is. I don't know why VLC has been weird lately. Oh, I might need to make sure that the WebSocket is closing properly. I don't know what error code 1005 is. Might need to make sure that it's ending it properly. WebSocket error codes. Wait. Why did I not see that message? Oh, why did that not go into... Restream dock is being annoying. Wonder if the Restream dock lost connection to Twitch again. Mixing a mascot horror and a movement shooter, interesting idea. Yeah. It originally kind of started out as a bit of a joke. It was something I was originally going to work on as a 7-day FPS game jam idea, and then it kind of grew in scope from that original concept into something that I'm trying to make into like a serious project. I've been working on it for a while now, but again, I've been like super slow on it recently and mostly burnt out due to a lot of stuff going on in real life and also in streaming that has kind of taken me out of the game. But hopefully, as I kind of get myself back into the swing of things, we'll be seeing more of it on the channel, hopefully. As it stands, if I can do 2 game dev streams in a row without getting distracted or changing onto something else, I want to like reward myself with an extra stream on Friday, or I drop back into oxygen not included. Crap, I've already gotten completely distracted as to what I need to go look up. Oh right, it was error code. Let me just look up 1005. Just want to make sure we're not... Huh. 1005 is a reserved value and must not be set as a status code in a closed control frame by an endpoint. It is designated for use in applications expecting a status code to indicate that no status code was actually present. If you close the socket without a parameter, it will automatically use code 1005. This means no status was saved. Okay. Interesting. Because 1005 is like a status code, it's not necessarily an error code. So that's an interesting concept. So I should probably look up a proper status code to close that with. So I'm gonna need OBS WebSocket handler to have like a like an on-close. But it's been a while. I have to remember how to do an on-close message. I highly doubt that it's something in IntelliSense autocomplete. No, actually, oh, if on application quit, if WebSocket is no return. Oh, we already do WebSocket.close. We just don't specify a thing, and that causes it to give us a message. Could be more distracting than Twitch chat. Understandable. I mean, again, I kind of like it because I like being able to kind of talk with other people about what I'm working on. I've gotten decent amounts of stuff done with one stream before. So I want to see if this... There we go, that's what I'm going to do. Close status code. Oh, there's an enum for it. I wonder if this enum is going to have... Indicates normal close. So probably do .normal. Do close status code .normal. I might try and throw that in here somewhere. Or maybe just leave it as is. That way if I also end up closing it in OBS, I also get the notification. I mean, it shouldn't pop a code 1000 under normal circumstances. But just in case it does, I wanted to go ahead and tell me, like, hey, I don't know why the program just, or the WebSocket just closed itself. But yeah, that should be solid enough. We'll just use close status code .normal during on application quit. Oh, I'm a huge Mega Man fan. I am a huge Mega Man fan, girl. 100%. Sorry, I responded to that a little bit late. So that's handled. So in that case, to be so we have the current scene correctly loaded. I do still need to kind of figure out what we're doing with the layout system. I do also need to get it such that Scene Layout Manager actually subscribes to the... Let me actually find out. I'm gonna go into here. I'm gonna be doing a little bit of changing scenes. I know, trusted wares, this is no empty. YouTube moral, a replay. Not exactly. There is a full, like, backstory and stuff. And overall, there's actually, it is, like, an original character. She is an original character that I've created that has her own sort of universe and stuff. Something that I want to actually cover with games at some point. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna see the first attack a bunch because we're testing the overlay. But, yeah, Sangry Purple Shiny Olivia. How are you doing? You feeling a little bit better? Gonna be lurking while head hurty, I love you. Love you too. Understandable. Olivia's been sick. I used to do, back in the day when I was actually not burnt out, Olivia and I would kind of just like co-work stream, but I know Olivia's super sick right now, so unfortunately it's probably not happening. Alright, so I'm going to flip to my just chatting scene. And I do see WebSocket sent event, and then we saw a bunch of other things. The first thing they sent was the transition name, transition UID, Event intent 16, event type, scene transition started. I do remember there's some wonkiness with how this does things. Let me flip back to the gameplay scene. Yeah, so unfortunately, all of the events that are supposed to show up whenever the cut actually happens. Thank you very much, Cam. I'm pretty happy with it. I kind of want to make a new version of it that looks nicer, but I'm happy with how it came out. But unfortunately, the WebSocket events that are supposed to show up when the cut happens, as well as, like, you know, the thing that tells me what scene it's going to, doesn't happen at the right time. And they still haven't freaking fixed it. As it stands. But the thing for when the scene transition starts does function entirely correctly, from what I can tell. So yeah, so you see the OBS WebSocket sent event. That being the scene transition started. I'll go ahead and do this. We get the WebSocket closed 1000 this time now. Actually, can we actually also say on that? Is there a string error code that I can put on that? There is a string reason. I'm gonna go ahead and put in here 1632 overlay shutting down. That way I can put that in there, and I'll understand that it is normal for that to show up. So, that can clear some notifications. Okay. Yeah, the annoying thing about the working the transition into everything is that the WebSocket events are supposed to fire exactly when the cut in the transition happens. Unfortunately, it doesn't, for some bizarre reason that I cannot actually identify. It runs at the exact same time as the notification that the transition has completely ended. You know, when the scope finally fades out, that's when I get the notification that it's cut. But it should be firing that notification when the gunshot shows up, because that's when I actually have it, you know, flip the scope up and then you go to the next scene. But it doesn't work that way because they still haven't fixed that part of OBS, and so it's whatever. As it stands, it's like when they updated WebSocket from like 4.x to 5.0, a lot of things with the data, with the API changed. So the program itself does a lot of guesswork already to figure out the exact point at which I need to be doing that. Now, Scene Layout Manager. You have a, I think we can just go ahead and have OBS Scene Layout Manager on start. Subscribe to the on-scene transition started. Actually, I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna BRB to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go on standby. And that's the other thing that I want to do the playlist in application for, is so that, because the radio was overlapping with the Titan Blades music, unfortunately, which is even worse on the standby screen because I do boost the radio volume a little bit on that screen. So yeah. Oh, yeah, it's Titan Blades. It's part of the KT-overlay is the Titan Blades thing. It's basically my favorite feature. It's very fun to code. But you can use any Twitch emote from any channel, including global Twitch emotes. Hang on, I'll show you. If you have 320 points, channel points, you can do the Titan Blades challenge redeem. Also, if it does fall through to a, oh, there you go. Yeah, so using this, Amethyst emote. There is also super attacks. If you use TBA, it will do your super attack. I will let you do yours first, though, because, I have advantage as the... Although, I ended up attempting instead. But you still beat me. Yeah, that's how that works. And there's also super abilities and stuff, but I tend to not use it because I have advantage because I don't get the, you know, stream lag on my side. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things that I've worked on. It's still very jank, and I have to change a lot of stuff about how the physics works to make it less jank. But as it stands right now, it's pretty good. It tends to like draw out way more often than it should, I've noticed before. But sometimes it's just fine. Sometimes it's just fine, and they actually just operate normally, especially if somebody does a super ability. But yeah, that's Titan Blades. Oh, it was actually Ark Cromer who did answered my challenge. Interesting. Mostly just for fun. Oh, and then Ark Cromer throws a cheese slice at me. Hang on. Oh, yep. I lost tracking. There we go. Another reason why I want to, you know, have a 3D model instead of going off of this old Live 2D that I can't edit anymore because I can't pay $100 for the stupid license, would be to automate the cheese redeem, because otherwise it is kind of annoying having to stop and pick it up manually and put it on my face. And I can't do like the Twitch integrated throwing system because you can't do things with that stick to an area. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. And the whole point of it is to invoke the you know, you throw the cheese in the cat's face and then they like start freaking out, and it's supposed to stick there. But I can't do that with any of the like existing applications, and that's why I would like to do that with Snack Studio if I can make myself a 3D model finally. But again, I have to get around to that. I have to actually feel confident enough in my 3D modeling skills to get that to happen. Anyways, yeah, at the moment, so actually you do get a little bit more XP within the Rapport program, which is the stream XP system we have here. I get to do the link here. If you're curious as to what that thing is that shows up in the top right corner every now and then, there's a little XP system. There's some perks you get for leveling up all the way. Titan Blades does give you a little bit of extra XP if you win, but it's not like super significant. And there is like, you know, there's stats Not quite a leaderboard, but there is stats for Titan Blades. I'd have to actually like go in and implement a leaderboard. That might be a cool idea, but generally speaking, it's kind of just like whoever does Titan Blades more often is going to have a better stat record for Titan Blades. Or if, you know, I can't even be like, you know, oh, whoever's got like the best win percentage, because that's going to be whoever has 1 win and 0 losses, and they haven't played Titan Blades since. That's going to be who ends up topping that leaderboard. And if I implement any sort of ranking system, it's going to be not very functional until more people... Titanfall 2 level up system? Basically, yeah. I've been meaning to fix it up a little bit and change how it works and change it to a more granular system, but that's how I kind of initially designed it, is that it is inspired by Titanfall 2. We're also huge Titanfall 2 nerds here, by the way. You're in good company. You being a Mega Man fan and a Titanfall fan, you're in very good company on this stream, I gotta say. 100%. Anyways, I gotta get back into what I was doing. I have to remember... Oh yeah, so... we can go ahead and do subscribing to these events through a start method. That's why I decided to stay. And then what I want to do is... these should be statics, yeah, so we'll do OBS WebSocket handler, and then once in transition started, we do plus equals. That gives us a automatic little thing here. Apply. We'll go ahead and leave it as the default name. This is where we get to handle these things. So, this is actually, so I know Kiri and I have done some experimenting on this. So, the scene transition started WebSocket message. The first thing I heard when I joined yesterday was you singing Simple and Clean. I do not have any, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence in my singing abilities, because, like, I'm so horribly off-key with everything. I am pretty tone-deaf in the sense that, like, I don't have great tone control over my voice, and I'm also not great at identifying notes, especially just listening to a song for the first time or whatever. I have an amazing sense of rhythm, that's for sure, but I'm not super great at actually being on key with songs. Just ask my old friend. Actually, I guess you can't ask my old friend. We have absolutely had a falling out. But there's the old Toaster Crash game that is kind of the first game that I quote-unquote released as Kton. That is more or less just like a fan-gamey kind of affair that is based off of Katawa Crash, a old Flash game that is also in and of itself a fan game of Katawa Shoujo. And in that, there's a little Easter egg or whatever where I do like a brief, I very briefly do a cover of Radioactive by Imagine Dragons as part of like a funny sequence. And like, I passed that off to a friend of mine to have them kind of mix it into something that sounds vaguely okay. And they're like, yeah, no, you are, like, extremely off-key. It is really hard for me to do this, like, with an on-key representation of Imagine Dragons. I was like, yeah, I know, just, like, handle it somehow. And it's not great. They tried their best. But also, you can't necessarily ask that person because we've had a bit of a falling out. Okay, no. It's a fan game of a visual novel. Specifically, Katawa Crash. Hey, I'll boot up, I'll boot up Toaster Crash. Even though I've said before, like, I've kind of stopped, like, advertising this game that much because there's a lot of stuff in this game that is very outdated. A lot of references that are outdated. You know, stuff about, like, me being in the null pointer group, which I'm no longer in the null pointer group, and also the, like, representative of the null pointer group in that game has been kind of, you know, excommunicated from the group unceremoniously. So it's kind of, yeah. Okay, so now I gotta see which of these is actually the newer version. 2. I guess these. Okay. It's not a visual novel. It is not a visual novel. Not 0%. There is no visual novel here. But I will show you the game. I don't know if you're familiar with Katawa Crash or Nanaka Crash, which is also what Katawa Crash is based off of. Which they are both technically fan games of visual novels, but specifically these are completely different genre. These are, I've heard it compared to Learn to Fly or whatever, old Flash games that are just like those little launcher games where you launch your thing and then things happen. That's basically what it's based off of. But I'm gonna do another new profile, honestly. So we reset to a new profile, and then we'll start a new game. We'll go for a standard start here. Try and go for 4590.
I hope you enjoyed the enclosed pipe bomb.
So we're familiar with Katawa, but I've never heard of this game. I'll probably also open up Katawa Crash itself to show what that's about. But this is based off of Katawa Crash, primarily. Yeah, you got various items, so I can go ahead and, you know, use this shotgun. That's a joke based on the special powder shells from Deep Rock Galactic. Oh, we've got a backup from Jack Schmidt. So a bunch of this is just like in-jokes and stuff from the stream. You know, Jack Schmidt being the character in the first-person shooter we're working on. That's Amy. Amy just ended our run because that's what Amy does. You have to have some resources in order to avoid Amy ending your run. That's kind of part of it, is that, like, it's very hard to lose speed and whatnot in this game. So the main way in which you lose runs is by hitting Amy. Also, we get the skill shot. The creeper ran away from us. The creeper is actually also a character in Katawa Crash, but the role of the character here is completely different. And the fact that the creeper runs away is kind of a joke because I'm a cat. So, hang on. Can I get a shotgun out? I cannot get a shotgun out. Crap. That sucked. Yeah, there's a few Mega Man Zero tracks in here, for sure. In fact, the, you know, Apocalypse ending is also using a Mythos remix of my favorite song from the Mega Man Zero franchise, that being Departure. But I can actually also show the credits, even though this is spoilers. Warning, viewing the credits sequence in this way will give you spoilers for rare special events in the game. Are you sure? Credits. It actually is handled in-game, the credit sequence. But I'm really happy with how this came out, for sure. This was, of course, the last thing that I did, was handling this event. There's a whole, there's a rare special event that you have to do in order to trigger the credit sequence, basically. Oh yeah, so what happened just there was I hit Wraith from Apex Legends, and then Wraith turned into Genji and said I need healing, because that's an old joke that we had. Also, there was a Morgie. When Amy gets home, Amy will have to explain Morgie to you. We should not be getting achievements during the credits sequence. I thought I fixed that bug. That should not be happening. Huh. Anyways. As it stands... Let me go ahead and quit now. Of that. As it stands, there was supposed to be an update to Toaster Crash a long time ago, and I have just not gotten around to it, especially because, again, because of certain characters still being in the game and representing certain things that are very out of date, and having to replace those characters is, like, an absolute nightmare that I just do not have a good concept for, because I would have to actually change how they work in gameplay, and that is kind of tough. Therefore, I don't think I'm actually going to be doing an update to Toaster Crash, and that's also why, again, I've stopped kind of recommending Toaster Crash. You can still download it and play it yourself if you want. On the Discord server, there's a link, which I know is kind of sucks. There's a lot of people saying, like, I don't want to have to join your Discord to download a thing. It's like, I understand that. Actually, I think there is just like a... No, you can actually just download it from this link as well. I can also just do that. And there was supposed to be a in-browser version of it, but I haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, as I said, it's very out of date and has a lot of references that need to be hugely updated. It uses the old name that I had for Jack Schmidt. It still calls it Miles the Mastiff's Murderbot Mascots instead of Jack Schmidt. That's kind of very out of date. Actually, I think it still calls him Jack Smith, too, in the bestiary. Which I'm pronouncing that as bestiary intentionally. That's sort of the pun that it goes off of. Yeah, I think, if you want to join right now, the updated link should be on that. Unless I have an updated link somewhere else. But I think there also might still be a couple of links that are out of date in certain places. So I've had to change it a couple of times to avoid hate raids and all that, but yeah. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, so, and here's the thing. I actually have a bit of a side project planned that's going to be a narrative sequel to Toaster Crash. Not necessarily the same game, but it's going to be a quote-unquote narrative sequel. Toaster Crash in and of itself is kind of its own universe that's sort of shitposty. It's kind of a joke in general. It doesn't actually exist within the Kbity mythos. It exists kind of on its own as a bit of a joke. And there's a narrative sequel in the making that's going to be a proper roguelike kind of game. It's Toaster Frickers. It's a reference to an old Persona 3 parody video series called Persona 3 in a Nutshell. It's Toaster Fricker 249 is what Makoto signs his Persona contract as. And it's a joke about... I am also an Aegis fan. Aegis is gender. She is gender. She is one of the gender characters for me. Obviously, Keitan takes a lot of inspiration from Aegis, primarily, actually. Keitan's from a bunch of sort of areas and inspirations. One big one is Persona. Another big one is actually Mega Man a little bit. And then actually quite a bit of it is also Titanfall inspired. It's mostly those three. Is I guess for Persona 3, and then a little bit of Mega Man X, and a little bit of like Titanfall. Not necessarily the simulacrums, more actually the Titans and the Titan AI. There's like at some point I had this plan of like implying that Keitan was an early version of the Monarch AI, but that's kind of not something I'm doing anymore. I'm trying to focus it on more something a bit more unique. But as it stands, Keitan has a bunch of like named special attacks that she does, and they all have like Titanfall references for the names. She does, you know, a Kraber kick, Mastiff punch, alternator assault, and she has a bunch of like claw moves that are named after actual Titan moves, like, you know, Arc Wave, Flight Core. There's another one. Rodeo Countermeasures, which doesn't actually get used in a lot of the writing that I've done. I've done a bit of Keitan writing lately, by the way. Yeah. She is just as much of a dork as I am in real life in the mythos. That's for sure. But then there's a lot of other things with her, because she's also kind of got a bit of trauma that she has to deal with that is much different from my real life trauma. Some similarities, but mostly different. Does she have a core? Not quite. Not in the Titanfall sense. As if you're talking about like an ultimate attack, she doesn't really have like a proper ultimate. She has somewhat of an Orgia mode, but it's something that she very rarely pulls out because it is very much an emergency kind of thing. Because she has a Battle Short mode where she like basically reverts the whole mythos, or the whole like backstory behind her is that she was originally designed as a multi-purpose security combat android that was originally designed for like PMC, private military contracting use, or security contracting use. And unfortunately, she was like the only prototype produced of the concept. It was called the Keita project, and she was the only prototype created for it. And unfortunately, during the testing phase of her prototype, the company kind of lost their sponsorships and weren't able to continue development on the project. And so what actually happened was that the prototype ended up showing a unexpected level of like sentience, as well as, you know, kind of fearing for her own life. And her creator ends up you know, feeling bad for her and feeling some maternal instincts for her, and ends up going ahead and letting her sort of try and live her own life as her own kind of independent self. And that's kind of the basic backstory behind her, is that she was originally designed as a combat android, and then she puts sort of distance between herself and that old past life of hers, such because she has like a lot of baggage from a lot of the stuff that she had to do when she was in her prototype testing phase. And so that's why she's named Keitan, is specifically there's a hyphen in between there, because the full acronym is Comprehensive Artificial Intelligence Tactical Android. But there's a hyphen in her name now between the I and the T that actually stands as a minus. It's Comprehensive Artificial Intelligence minus Tactical Android, because she's putting space between herself and her old like combat intentions from when she was first built. But that being said, she does also do a little bit of combat stuff just for the sake of like protecting people and being a bit of a peacekeeper type of person. Now, all that being said, she also has kind of reprogrammed herself quite a bit, and repurposes a lot of her old combat utilities into more human-like attributes, such as her system that she uses for like super beyond real-time simulation of battlefield systems. She actually just uses that as her imagination now, and that's why she's also kind of a bit of an artist. But she has battle short mode she only uses in like serious emergencies where brain farting, hang on, it's been a while since I've had to like go over this, but she has the battle short mode where she basically reverts some of that to its old systems, and then also at the same time undoes a bunch of like safety precautions in her system in order to go further beyond and kick ass if she really needs to, or save somebody in a disaster or emergency. So she has that, but it is a very rare occurrence for her to actually use that. So she doesn't necessarily have a core, but she does have a bit of an Orgia mode kind of thing. But it is a very rare thing for her to use. Aside of that, she also has, she does hand-to-hand combat, but she also does, she has a sniper rifle, L96A1, that she also has some animism for. I have animism for sniper rifles in real life, and she also has animism, but it's much more pronounced for her sniper rifle. Technically too, because she also later on gets a specialized railgun blade. But like her L96 sniper rifle she calls Ellie, and then the railgun blade she calls Tara. But yeah, there's also all sorts of stuff that I'd like to cover in games featuring her, but I'm kind of still getting to that. The thing is that Jack Schmidt, Murderbot Mascots, itself sort of takes place in the same universe as the Kbity story, but it's more like how Portal takes place in the Half-Life universe, but it's not necessarily directly related to or like super important to understand the Half-Life universe. And that's kind of where the Jack Schmidt timeline runs, because it's further into the future than the events of the Kbity storyline. As it stands, you actually work for a reformed version of the antagonist corporation in the Act 2 part of the Kbity story. She's basically X for Mega Man X. Kind of, yeah. It's not an underscore, it's a dash, actually. It's a hyphen. But the thing is that, like, you can only put a hyphen in a username in very few online services. So I have to kind of settle for an underscore in certain situations. But the correct way to spell Kbty's name is, capital CAI dash capital T, capital A, capital N. Well, CAI itself all should be capitalized, and then a dash, and then capital T, capital A, lowercase n. The lowercase n being part of Android, because that's how you're supposed to do acronyms. So yeah. Lowercase n. The last n has to be lowercase, but yes. And unfortunately, so like it's supposed to be a bit of a cute little thing because like it's supposed to be, because I call myself Kate in real life, and so it's supposed to be like Keitan, and then the tan is supposed to be like a Japanese honorific type thing. And that's supposed to be the gimmick behind that. Unfortunately, a lot of people see the way that I write it, and they pronounce it Kaitan, which always kind of annoys me. Because that's absolutely the opposite of what I wanted to be read as. But I was just like, oh, it's clever. It's like Kate, but, Keitan. And then it's, the acronym that the character uses. And then nobody reads it like Keitan. Everybody reads it like Kaitan at first. I'm like, it's not my name. I'm not Kai Kisuke Light Brown. I'm not a Light Brown Guilty Gear character. That's the joke that I always tell, is Light Brown Guilty Gear character. But no, it's supposed to be Keitan. But yeah, so, by the way, I'm still 0 drop frames. Cool. Oh, that's good to hear then. Like I said, like 90% of people will read it as Kaitan at first, and that always like annoys me, but I also just like contribute it as, or I chalk it up as my fault. I always consider it my fault that people read it that way. I just remind them. You can also just call me KT, by the way. You can also do K-T is also an acceptable nickname. People screw my name too, and it's just 3 letters. Yeah, but it's some people. I can understand some people messing it up, but it is genuinely like 95% of people when they first read my name, they'll read it as Kaitan. Which is unfortunate, and again, I just chalk it up to being my fault. Okay, so, I do want to try and get focused up, though. I have what I want to do. I enjoyed talking about my character, though, because I always want to talk more about that and get more people's opinions on it, and get myself more into developing stuff and doing more writing for it. But I do also want to try and get some work done today. So, a friend of mine has done experimentation on this. We noted that, the scene transition started message from the OBS WebSocket in the current version of the API does not have the name of the scene that we're going to, or the name of the scene that we're currently on. So that's kind of annoying. But we did find out that if we send a request the moment the scene transition starts, to ask what the current scene is, it actually gives us the scene that we're going to. So as long as we have the scene that we're currently on, which is why we have first scene request, we get current program scene as soon as we connect to OBS. As long as we know what scene we're currently on, we can get this to work properly. And we just send another reference to find out what scene we're going to, and that helps us out. So that's going to be part of what we do. Gotta go eat anyway, I'll be back in a bit. Pleasure to meet you too, Gam. It was nice talking with you. And hopefully I can get some stuff done. So, going off of what my previous code says, I think what we're going to need to do is currently known scene needs to be stored into previous scene, and then we get the next scene. This is probably all going to need to be in a setup. It might need to kind of just be its own method. So we'll create a method here. Private void scene change request callback string new scene name. This is where we're doing that. So the idea is going to be as soon as we receive on-scene transition started, transition cut time set here. I want to check to see properties. I do use 1000 milliseconds as the transition length, so this is actually the right number here. So when you do on-scene transition started, I would like to do this without needing to wait for the response is the problem. But I'm not entirely sure. The way that I'm doing transition start time, I imagine this is going to be real time since startup. Yeah. Okay, I see what we're doing here. I think we don't have to have a current scene name. We can push it to previous scene and then wait for our request to work. And then just hope that it works properly. Because, oh boy, it's always a little bit of jank, for sure. I have a couple of ideas. I might actually also have it on scene transition ended. Yeah, so you have a scene transition ended method. If we see this method, or see this event, we need to go back and make sure that the scene that we ended on is the scene that we expect to be in. And then if it's different, because I know that it gets a little wonky if I, like, for example, if I change scene, and then I'm like, oops, I meant to go here instead, it gets a little wonky. That much I know is a little wonky. So I want to account for that wonkiness by being like, hey, you know, once the transition ends, I want to, like, triple check to make sure that I'm on the right layout. And I think that's going to be how we end up doing it. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to make sure that it's handled here. So I'm going to duplicate this on-scene transition started event and add an on-scene transition ended. I did see a scene transition ended. Seems to be what it is. That should be all we actually need for that. And then we change this to on-scene transition ended dot invoke. And the thing is, I think it has the same data as scene transition started. So here's our scene transition started here. And the data we have is the transition name, sniper scope, transition UUID. Scene transition ended has basically the same data. So I could try and rename this struct into something generic. I'm going to rename it into scene transition generic, or scene transition event. Or wait. Hold on. Let me keep tab open. I'm gonna pin this. I didn't realize I had a secondary file for this. I think, it's just a from JSON transition name. And it's only ever handled here. Guess I can just make this a generic scene transition and then rename. And then, yeah. In theory, that should be enough. Okay, we'll handle that later. I do know what I want to generally do with this. Okay, I'll go ahead and throw a to-do here. Handle on scene transition ended to triple check resulting scene in case we trip up the transition. So the idea here is on scene transition start, we generally speaking don't really need the transition name, because generally speaking it's almost always going to be the sniper scope. What we're going to need to do is we'll go ahead and set our transition start time. Time since startup. We then push currently known scene to previous scene. We'll leave currently known scene as what it is currently. Until we get what it's actually supposed to be. That way if we fuck this up and don't get a response properly, it shouldn't break it to that. And it'll just default to going back to what it was before. And then we do OBS WebSocket. Get current program scene. And we feed it scene change request callback as its callback. Then we go down here. We receive our new scene name. All we really need to do is set currently known scene to that. Everything else should actually just handle itself. In fact, to make sure that we're doing this right, here's what we can do. We'll go ahead and do debug .log. Change scene to currently known scene. go ahead and do a debug.log here. Changing scene from previous scene to we'll actually just do new scene name instead. So that will now show up there. Save. So now I know that the console, the Unity console does have a little bit of lag, so you might not see it exactly when it should show up. But I could also just throw a little sound in there just to triple check that it actually shows up at the right time. So, go ahead and hit play. Let it go ahead and load everything in. Going to connect to OBS. Get this. So now, if I go ahead and hit to go to our chatting scene. Not bad, not bad. It does say change scene to chatting overlay, roughly when it should be switching. Yeah. I think that actually is spot on. I think that is actually spot on. I might need to go to the bathroom again. Sorry, I am gonna BRB. Bathroom break again. Going on standby. I return. Okay. So we have scene transitions functioning just about. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do one more thing here. A private void transition ending. It's a technical phrase for double checking. Redundancy check? Or parity check? Here's what we do. Currently known scene is not equal scene name. Currently known scene will be set to it. And then we trigger on layout change. And we do this as a response to OBS WebSocket handler on scene transition ending. Just gonna go right over here. Yes, no, OBS WebSocket dot get current program scene. Transition ending parity check. So if we receive an on-scene transition ended, we want to triple check to make sure the current scene name still checks out with what we transitioned to. If it doesn't, then we'll throw in on layout changed. Fact. No, we'll put it here. Scene transition ended. Event is fired. Sanity check to make sure that when our transition ended, we ended on scene we expected to end on according to our current transition data. Here I'm going to go ahead and put this note here. Because scene request to 0 information on actual scenes. We have to make a request to find out what scene we are changing to, as it turns out. Then we start a transition. Get current program scene always turns the scene we are going to rather than the current displayed scene. I'm gonna go ahead and put that up here so we also kind of see that we're doing this like that. Wow. Okay. That should be solid. Now let's actually get some of the layout changed functionality. We need to figure out how we wanted to do layout systems. So layout has a dictionary of elements, which is converted from a array because Unity does not like serializing dictionaries. That's why that's set up like that. Now, the question is, do I need to make this a data-driven system that I can edit from outside in the thing? I don't currently have a framework for serializing it in a JSON. I kind of want to make a framework for serializing it in a JSON. As it stands, also doing a the Unity's built-in to from JSON tools do not have serialization for dictionaries either. So that's probably why I have an array here. I think actually having it as a JSON would make the most sense. So I'm gonna need to set that up. I'm also going to need to figure out how to bind all of these to Unity objects properly. Also, I think part of it is that I might just make it map one-to-one with game object names and just have it check that But I will probably want to make it a smart system where I have a component telling Unity that this is a object that should be managed with the layout system. Because otherwise I don't want it to like have to look through every single game object and potentially get something that's misnamed and connect that improperly. But I think just like a extremely stubby singleton component that's just like, this is a layout element, having that enumerate itself into a list, and then still use the game object names just to make serialization dead simple. It's probably kind of what I want to generally do with this. Alright, we're using trusted containers for the channel pointer names. That's over here. Okay, that makes sense. Now, the idea would be, so for example, XP animation here, we modify the width of this component. This does not seem to actually do anything. Now, I can also just do, for example, scale. And we'll probably end up having to do that for whenever we want to change the size of this. Some things are going to require scaling, some things are going to require width modification instead. But I probably will just be handled as scale. But I do need to figure out how we're going to tie elements to game objects. The way this is set up is that we do get the string element dictionary handled, and we'll just have to eat the performance cost of having string comparisons in order to map each of these to the game objects. We'll just eat that cost, honestly. You know, it'll be fine. Again, the idea being that this just happens only when we're changing scenes. We'll eat that cost. So I think the first thing I want to do is I'm going to make that component that I was talking about. Get OBS layout element component. Go to our scripts, UI, and create C# script, OBS layout component, or layout element. And this is just going to be an absolute fucking stub. It does not need anything else, I think. Because what we're going to end up doing is Scene Layout Manager. This is going to be expensive, but it's going to be something that the game will kind of just like do on load. Actually, I could make it part of a load handler, potentially. I might also make that... Well, actually, I can't make it part of WebSocket Handler because WebSocket Handler loads itself in a different way. As it stands, Scene Layout Manager needs its own load handler because it needs to load a JSON file. Anything that needs to like load files, I prefer having that as part of the load manager, and I can't remember where the fuck the load manager is. Load manager. You. I have to remember how to set one of you guys up. I think the first thing we need to do is Scene Layout Manager needs to inherit from iReport Loading. I don't know why I named it iReport Loading. It really should be KT-Loading, but I kind of get the point behind it. So we need this to inherit from iReport Loading. Or not inherit from, implement. It is an interface. iReport Loading is an interface. We're going to be starting all of this stuff up. I'm going to go ahead and look over here. Go ahead and pin this. I'll unpin some of these other things. You kind of don't need a lot of, like, Twitch API stuff for this because this is explicitly OBS API stuff that we're handling right now. So yeah, we need to hook into start loading, and then we need to hook into console command reload. These are probably all going to be their own coroutines. We'll probably handle them like coroutines here. So for example, I believe Twitch Client... Actually, wait. No, Twitch Client does implement iReport loading. Let's see what it does when we do start loading. Do load configuration file. Which doesn't actually do a coroutine, it looks like. I'll find something that has a coroutine. The show Morgie Redeem should have a coroutine when it doesn't start loading. Yeah, start coroutine, load external Morgies. So that'll be how we do that. We just do start coroutine. Understandable. We're gonna need a start coroutine, because it's going to need to load several things, and then it needs to make a request to Unity to pull every object that has the OBS layout element.cs component. And then what I'm actually going to want to do is, in order to kind of help us with handling that, we're going to do a private dictionary of strings to game objects. In fact, rather than going game object, we want rect transform. I'm gonna name this element dictionary. And I'm going to start a new dictionary as soon as this object is created. Okay. Excuse me. A little bit of gas there. Right, so now we need to start doing the implementation for report loading. I do want to pull up show Morgie Redeem and then find its I just closed something. Oh, I pinned Twitch commands. I don't need that. We use is initialized, which is a public rule here. So I guess we'll do that then. Actually, don't need it to be a public rule. We're gonna make it. Actually, you know what I could do? I'll make it a get set property. Public Cool is initialized. Get private set. False. And then is finished loading can just return is initialized. Similar to what show Morgy Redeem does. Then we have loading progress, which I think we're just gonna leave that as -1 because both of these functions don't really have like a progress bar that I can really do. It's just gonna be 2 steps, really. And the steps are gonna be named. So we'll do -1. -1 will default the bar to do the little spinner / throbber animation. Loading status is going to be the complicated one. But also, I feel like we could do, like, can we do this and have it still function? Get, and then private set. Does this still let us do this? Or do equals? The first thing that we want this to do is load the layouts from JSON. We're gonna set it like this at first. I don't see an error here, which means I think it's fine to do this way. Cool. Assuming that works, let's save this and see if Unity complains. Because it's entirely possible that it's, Unity does not seem to complain about that. Cool. We'll handle it like that then. That's dead simple. Oh, I fucked up my auto caching thing. Put this down here. I'm actually going to do this so I can comment this as irep for loading implementation. Cool. Now I just need to do the methods. So I start loading console command reload down here. Get rid of these. Meow. Welcome home, Amy. Meow, meow. You had a new friend earlier. I got a head pat. Meow. Meow, meow. Thank you for head pat. Okay. So I'm gonna do. See, chat, they look cool. Meow, meow. Okay, so we're gonna do a coroutine for this private. Enumerator, I believe is coroutine thing. Initial load coroutine. Meow, meow. You got a meow meow? So, you did one? Oh. Oh, that reminds me that we did get the new the Kbity art in the Discord that I'm super happy with. I don't have a good spot to show it off yet. As it stands, like the mug, we reserve Morgie for the mug, I think. I kind of wish I could show that off more often, or in some other capacity. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is load layouts. For that, what we're going to need is, I have to remember how we do that. We actually do need to store the layout somewhere. In fact, I'm gonna need another class to represent what the overall JSON file is gonna look like. Because you're gonna actually need a bunch of these layouts in a JSON file. But we could also do a folder of JSON files. I may also do that. DNA event, but with Halloween candy. Oh, you make out Halloween skin, I gotta grind zombies. Oh, man. They found the Ami bait. Right, this is actually in a namespace. In fact, actually, yeah, that means that this needs to be in a namespace. You need to be in a namespace. There you go. Now you're in a namespace. Cool. So yeah, we need to answer the question, are we going to make one JSON with all the layouts, or multiple JSONs, one JSON per layout? That's the question. I might actually need one JSON with all the layouts, because I need that JSON to also say what the default fallback layout should be. And other things that I can configure there. So yeah, we'll probably need something. Serializable, public, I guess class is fine. Layout, config. Thanks for lurk. Have fun with getting your Halloween candy. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so we need a public string default layout, which I'm going to make it default specifically to display with overlay. That's going to be the default configuration for that. And then for now, I think all I really need is just an array of layouts. Public layout layouts. And that's going to be it. Layouts and elements are all serializable. Alright. And then I don't really need to hold on to that thing, because all I really need to do is just hang on to private string default layout, which I'll also make sure it's hard-coded to the same thing until we figure it out. I might actually make this a serialized private. Serialized field. That'll be layout config. Might have... I'm gonna put all of this into its own private void load layouts. I might want to save layouts too, potentially. But I am gonna need... I'm gonna make it a get private set thing. So public layout layouts get private set. It's gonna be null at first, and then we're gonna load it into that. That way, if I do want something to pull from that later, it'll be publicly available. Although I should probably make it like a read-only array, potentially. Even though I know I'm not going to end up modifying it myself, because it's a personal project. So, we should be able to just directly pull layout config as a from JSON. So in order to do that, we'll go ahead and set this up. A layout config. Layout config. Establish that there. I want to pull something that reads from, for example, I don't have Notepad++ up. Let me get Notepad++ up. Oh, I forgot to turn on my auto hotkeys. There we go. No, not right now. Chatbot configuration.json. That's what I'm looking for. I have to remember where the hell that loads from. It's probably not actually Twitch commands because it's not inheriting from irep core loading. Twitch client does. Where's your start loading? Start loading. Load configuration file. So this is how we do it. This. Neither of these should be hard-coded like that. They should probably have at least a static or a const. I should also be using file path builder. I should probably give this a type. Oh, huh. Alt-enter using system.io. I should probably have system.io here. Wait, no, isn't it path dot combine? It should be path dot combine. Okay, so we set that up. Go ahead and pin this, even though I'm not going to be editing it. I kind of just wanted to remind myself how I do these things. I'll go ahead and actually just pull this code. So if file.exist config file name, we create a stream reader. We try to... Sorry, we have this variable here. We try to create the stream reader from the config file name. We then try to read JSON utility from JSON. So this should actually be layout config. From JSON, type is layout config. Reader.read to end. You then catch exception if something fucks up. This should not be bot. This should be OBS scene layout manager. Failed to parse. I'm actually going to use a thing here. K layout file name. I'm gonna get rid of these things. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to establish this as null. And then, if it is still null at the end, then we'll just create a new one. Layout config is null. Create a new one. And then layout config.layouts equals a new array with one entry, and that is going to be a copy of private layout default layout. Is layout a struct? No, it is a class. Like, so are the elements. So are the elements. The elements should really be structs. Actually, I kind of get why. But I am definitely going to need, like, a copy thing. These should probably be structs. I know why layout is a class. Layout is a class because we need to establish this element dictionary as a non-serialized part of it. But I think the elements should be structs, just because otherwise creating a copy of this object is going to be annoying. In fact, you know what we need to do is generate constructor. So I'm going to generate a constructor here for that. And then I want to create another constructor that should just copy over. Actually, I feel like I could do new element, copy element dot name, copy element dot enabled. Minimize. Actually, I'm muling this. Anchor X, anchor Y, scale. Done. Just finished reading how the regen system works. Say when someone redeems the game recommendation perk to use stream said game to completion if they're short enough. Just about, yeah. It'll end up kind of in the schedule, essentially. It really does depend. The thing is that, like, I generally avoid doing, long-form RPG stuff, just because of the fact that, like, I only have so many stream slots in a week, and I want to be dedicating more of those stream slots to development work rather than gaming stuff. And it's like, when it comes to gaming stuff, I have my staples that I really want to be coming back to, my auction not included, the Catgirlcraft Minecraft server, and, you know, screwing around in Deep Rock Galactic every now and then. So that's kind of part of the reason why I can't do, like, and there's also, again, like, I just have kind of a personal issue with, like, people kind of showing up in the middle of a long-running story-driven type of game, and me not really wanting to have to kind of catch those people up on the story of it all and that stuff. That always kind of gets in the way of me wanting to do those sorts of long-form games on stream. Alright. Now I'm going to create a thing to construct a layout from a copy. In fact, I'm actually just going to make it a method. Public. Might make it a static method. Layout. Copy layout. New layout equals, go ahead and do a new layout. Oh, no, because I'm thinking of element name. Scene name is going to be what this is. Stream Half-Life, you haven't played them already. Half-Life 2. I've definitely played the Half-Life series before. I'm very familiar with it. I'd say actually Half-Life 1 is actually a strong inspiration for kind of how I'm designing a lot of Jack Schmidt's progression, actually. As it stands, Broadsword 12 is literally based off of the wonky system where Valve made Spaz 12 have a double barrel alt fire, even though that makes no sense for the Spaz 12. The Broadsword 12 has a similar system where you can unlock a alt fire where it actually just straight up adds a second barrel onto it. Fun stuff. I had a lot of fun animating the Broadsword 12 in general. And it is based off of that sort of concept. Yeah. And then we're gonna have wait, hang on. An array of elements. New elements. Is a new array. And it's gonna have a size layout elements length. That should initialize all of those to null because element is a class. At which point we're going to do a for loop. In fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and do int length equals layout.elements.length. And then here we do new elements I equals we actually do new element layout dot elements I to copy over all of the elements, and then return new layout. Oh wait, first we need to do new layout elements equals new elements. Boom. Yeah, I guess that can be done. It seems kind of unnecessary, but that's fine. Cool, that should be it. Now I have our copy layout. We needed that because copy layout from default layout. Boom. So this will create an empty layout config where the only layout is the default layout. I'm starting to get that, I think it's called jamais vu, where I've seen the word layout so many times that it looks like an alien word. Let me actually make sure I'm thinking of the right thing. I think that is. I think it is jamais vu. I'm getting the jamais vu where layout looks like a weird layout word now because I've seen it too much. That should be all we need in order to load layouts. Or actually, it's not all we need because we actually need to kind of pull that down now. I think all we really need to do, get rid of that semicolon, we didn't need that. We'll go ahead and set our default layout string. Actually, we need to call this default layout name. Rename. default layout. I'll just set layouts. Again, is also a coder. That's great. You are a fantastic addition to the community then. You're definitely going to fit right in then. Should just be able to pull that down. Garbage collection should clear out whatever was previously there, if there is something previously there. And yeah. I'll go ahead and make load layouts our console command reload. That is basically why I have this as a separate function now. Not native language, understandable. So part of what we're going to do with the load coroutine is, which actually I do want to do, start coroutine, initial load coroutine. I'm going to have us wait till next frame. Wait for end of frame. Just to make sure that we display the loading layouts text. Oh, it should be new wait for end frame. Ah, that is understandable, Gun. Again. Is it Gan or Gon? I have to ask now that I know that you're not, now that I know that you're ESL, I should probably clarify how that's pronounced. Do load layouts. Load layouts will handle all of the warnings, seeing whether or not the thing loaded properly. Oof. I'll go ahead and do another yield return. Wait for end of frame. But I'm actually going to also do that after we change loading status to mapping layout objects. Here's where I need to do the element dictionary is what we need to do. So, first things first. Unity. I need you. To find objects of type. OBS layout elements. Bit of an expensive call, but this is why we're doing it in our loading step. It is ladder. I gave no Spanish, so it's pronounced like gun. Or gun? No, it wouldn't be gun. So it is like gun. Okay. We're probably gone. It's probably gone. I used to know Spanish pretty well, but I've fallen so, like, out of practice with it that I can only kind of sort of understand it when someone else is speaking it. I can barely speak it myself. I have a habit of saying un segundo por favor whenever I'm going BRB. I say that all the time, and occasionally I'll say other certain things, but generally speaking, I haven't spoken fluent Spanish in like 10 years. Alright, so we get OBS layout elements, find objects of type, and then I think we do a for each through all of these. OBS layout element in OBS layout elements for each of this. Each of these are going to be a Unity component. Oh, I lost tracking because I wiped my nose. Grab our game object, get the name of the game object. Then I want to do rect transform RT equals layout element get component rect transform if RT, let's just leave it like this. If we successfully found a rect transform, all Unity objects actually have an inherent conversion to Boolean, which simplifies the null check, basically. Especially because the Unity objects have a hacked equals check. Because you can potentially have a reference to a Unity object that's been deleted and garbage collected. And Unity kind of uses that to keep track of objects that have been cleaned up, but it's still hanging on to a reference to it for various Unity reasons. So we can do this. If we have a valid rect transform on this layout element object, then we will add this to our dictionary. Element dictionary. Element dictionary.add name and RT. That should be it. And then once we're done with that, reset is initialized to true. That will automatically tell our load handler that Scene Layout Manager is done loading. Because it's going to set is finished loading to true. And then boom. Yeah, it's a step in the loader because I know that that's going to hit Unity like a truck as it finds every single OBS layout element. It has to kind of scan through every single object in the game to find that. Potentially. Actually, I think it does have a internal dictionary of everything that has this, but I don't know. Sometimes I worry about how Unity does things. I might need to go to the bathroom again. By the way, what happened to my thing telling me how long I have the pre-rolls are on, apparently? Okay. So this might be a good spot for me to take a bathroom break. I feel like I've been doing bathroom breaks very frequently this stream. But I am going to BRB. Okay, minor scope creep. I actually want us to go through all of our layouts once we load them and validate them, quote unquote. Part of what I want to do here is I want to make it so that if it's missing the information, it should probably try and pull it from the default layout. Potentially. I know what I mean in my brain, but I have to actually kind of express it. BattleBot need bathroom breaks. Haha. There's some canon what's the word I'm looking for? Not validation, but there's canon reasoning for it. I just don't feel like getting into it right now. But she has like a she doesn't normally have to go to the bathroom that often, though, is the thing. But she has like a system that handles waste because she has she can eat normal food, but she doesn't necessarily get the same sort of nutrients because her system specifically looks for a certain catalyst that it can use in order to convert water into hydrogen fuel that it can then use to power a combustion engine as well as her thrusters. Piss lore. Jeez. You had to say it that way, huh? This is something that we wanted to do after getting our element dictionary filled out. Is we want to look through all of our layouts and see if a layout references something that doesn't exist. That way I can tell myself whether or not I like spelled something wrong in a layout, potentially. And I'm also going to make it such that if something is missing from the layout, we should probably like pull it from the default layout. Or at least, you know, what we consider to be the default layout. So for that, we're actually going to have a layout default layout this is going to pull this array of layouts. Oh, we don't have like a... We need a dictionary for the layouts, actually. In fact, actually, you know what? No, we'll set up a separate thing. Get private set. Leave it like that for now. actually make this part of, oh, actually, I can't do it here. We need to do it afterwards. So if we'll do this here. In console command layout, reload, we'll do it there. You know, initial load coroutine, we'll do it after here. Validate layouts. After we make sure that we have our elements in place. And we'll do through here. Layout dictionary equals a new dictionary. We clear this thing out. Actually, we don't necessarily have to do this. If layout dictionary is null, then we'll create a new one. Else, we'll clear it. Like that. Boom. That's the effective way of doing that. And yes, I'm using single line if conditionals. Sue me. Here's where we do a for each layout in layouts. We've all been there, it's fine. No, it's more just like some people get on me. I've had people, specifically on Mastodon of all places, get on me for doing this sort of single line if conditional. Or the inline if conditionals. And it's like, I like doing it when it's something this simple, when it's something this dumb. Where it's kind of self-explanatory what I'm doing here. I prefer doing it like that. It really doesn't need extra, whatchamacallit, brackets for something like that, where this if conditional has an explicit purpose. It is singular purpose. There is no reason for me to do anything else with that if conditional. Same with the else. So for each layout, and layouts. Do layout dictionary, add. Actually, I should also have a spot here that should tell us if we have a duplicate here. So this is the first one where we're enumerate dictionary. But actually this is going to be kind of at the top here. Because then down here we want to do fill in missing default elements into non-default layouts. Do also need to make sure we don't have duplicate layouts. If layout dictionary contains key, layout, scene name. go ahead and throw console manager log warning. OBS scene. Duplicate scene layout plus layout that scene. Continue. Skip it. Otherwise, layout.dictionary.add. I use layout.scene a few more times now, so I should probably cache it. Instead of accessing it this many times. There. That should handle all of those. Now we can pull down our default layout, which is going to be layout dictionary, default layout name. Actually, real quick, default layout existence. Layout dictionary contains key. Default layout name. If that is false, we need to do some things. Console manager log error. Once again, I should probably be copying this. Let's actually make this a template string. Layout config file is missing default scene layout titled default layout name. Isn't there a way for me to do code formatting in a... No, I can't, because it's going through the console first before it makes it to Unity debug log. I guess we just do escape quotation marks then. But I kind of want to do that here too. I have this error here. I might actually just go ahead and return out. I was thinking I was just gonna like try and load in the like hard-coded default layout, but I'd rather actually just short circuit here. So, now grab our layout dictionary default layout. Now that we have our layout dictionary formed. And then we're going to do another for each through all of the layouts. if layout is equal to default layout, continue. Don't bother with that. Alright. The assumption is going to be that default layout has every single element that we need. And then if it's missing an element, we'll need to fill it in there. Although now that I think about it, we actually kind of don't. I think we can actually just do that. I think we can actually just do that on demand. I think we just do that on demand when we actually do our change layout. Or on layout changed. Here's what we do. Here is what we do. In fact, we can actually... We're going to pull down that default layout. Layout, default layout equals layout dictionary, default layout name. Actually, wait. What we can actually do instead is layout dictionary dot try get value default layout name out layout default layout. I believe default layout will just end up being null otherwise. Say your purple cinnamon, and yeah, piss lore, whatever. I probably should have refilled my water bottle whilst I was up. Gosh darn it. It's starting to run low. I'm kind of waist deep in this. Pulling down the default layout that way, if I specify something, that way I only have to specify what's like different from default layout in each of the other layouts, is the idea. Granted, I think everything's going to be different on default layouts, on non-default layouts. I think that for this, we're going to end up doing a for each through element dictionary first. Because we're going to pull down things from the default layout if it's not in the layout that we're looking for. So we do a for each. Rect transform RT in element dictionary. Actually, it's not going to be like this. It's going to be key value pair string rect transform key value pair, because they're for each and through a dictionary. RT equals key value pair value. Cool. That way I don't actually need to pull down the game object name, which is convenient. Then all we need to do, we need to figure out which thing we're using. So actually going to do, first of all, layout, current layout equals, in fact, actually what we're going to also do is if layout dictionary try get value fails with currently known scene out layout current layout. If that fails, set current layout to, oh, hang on, I'm putting this in the wrong spot of it. It's be here. Here's what I actually do want to have proper bracketing. Here we set it to default layout. I should probably have a warning here, but I might just make it a debug.log. Not debug.log, but cool, I do have that. Put in parentheses, soft warning. Layout does not exist for scene name. This needs to be these. So I'm gonna put quotation marks around this. Currently known scene. Using default layout. Cool. Alright, so. With that being said, we then are going to do element, actually went layout.element because element is a subclass of layout. Current layout elements equals current layout.elements. Also going to do default layout elements here. Actually, wait, we should be using the dictionaries. In fact, we should be using getElement. Out of curiosity, if it just returns null if it doesn't exist. Got it. Is there a try get element? I feel like I should have had a try get element as part of this. No? Okay, fine. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna make a try get element. Man, Sacred Protocol, Olivia. Welcome back. Or no, why did I say Sacred Protocol when you've already been here? Dang. How are you feeling? Feeling any better? Not that I'm like rushing you into jumping in call, more just like, you know, I'm worried about you and concerned for you. That's your cuteness. I'm gonna bite you. This should be a wool Triget element. Chat, she's we forgot to. Oh, not. Nope. Oh, wait. Oh, the element dictionary has int key, or int value. I see. Interesting. So I guess I actually have to come and do this, then? Well, that means, actually, no, what we do is element equals. I'm gonna have to do this in a different way. Hang on. We actually do this. We do the if conditional. And then element equals index, and then return true. Otherwise, element equals null, turn false. Hey, I'm feeling better enough to play Dark Souls 2. I feel you on that. It's good to know that you're feeling a little bit better, though. Again, I worry you. So now I have a Triget element. Great. That's gonna help out a lot. Yeah, so I don't actually need that, because I can just use Triget element. Although... I do want to have this cached outside of the for each. In fact, I also want string element name to be cached outside. This helps with the garbage collection, not trying to re-initialize a new instance of each of these every time we go through a loop of the for each. That's the main reason why we're doing that. Alright. So now... if current layout Triget element name out into element. If this fails, then we'll fall back on default layout. And if that also fails, it's gonna null reference, and I don't care. Actually, I could also just do if not. Then console manager, warning or error. Flag a warning. I'm gonna start copying this instead of the other thing I had copied. Layout, element, element name, not found in layouts. And then we're going to do a continue to go to the next element dictionary entry. Alright, that should give us an element. From there, it's time to actually do what this thing was built to do. Wait. Be able to yeah, but then I don't want to do that because then it's going to garbage collect it every time. The whole reason I'm doing it out there, so it doesn't have to do that. Alright, so now we do apply everything. We have our element, that's going to have everything, so we do RT local scale vector 3.1 multiplied by element scale. Boom, easy. RT anchored position, new vector 2 element anchor X element anchor Y. Easy. What else does element have? Anchor X, anchor Y scale. Enabled is going to be difficult. I guess what I can do is just disable the game object for now. Actually, do current enabled equals RT game object active in hierarchy. Actually, do active self. Equal element enabled equals element dot enabled. If current enabled does not equal element enabled, then RT game object set active element enabled. And that's going to be how we run that. And I think that's it. Currently, minimized does not have an implementation. The idea is that for that, it's going to be a object-by-object basis, which might require me to add some functionality to the OBS layout element component. But for now, I'm just going to leave it unimplemented for now. And I think that actually does it. That solves it. And for now, I'm going to add a couple of things. I'm going to start marking things as layout elements. I could actually have also just done a tag. I could have also probably done a tag to tag them as OBS elements. But the component also gives us some future-proofing to where we could potentially have that implement the minimized part of it. I am out of water. I'm gonna have to get back up and go grab water. Yeah. Which I guess that's a good spot for a bathroom break in general, because I also have pre-rolls on at the moment. So yeah, I guess I do that then. Flip over to standby again. Sorry for the constant standbys today. It's just, that's how it be. BRB. So, we're getting pretty far into this now. It's now just a matter of figuring things out. I would like to make a editor that's available in the overlay, but I think for now it's easier for me to just set up the JSON myself and figure it out from there. I'll just, like, you know, use a screenshot of the OBS screen and then just try and pixel match everything. Is there a way for me to, like, take a snapshot of it? I can't remember. Probably not. Unless there is. I just feel like there might be. Oh yeah, screenshot preview. Screenshot saved here. The chunky videos. Go there. Let me see this. Well, I think this is actually full size. This is a full-size screenshot. Perfect. So I can use that. I can use OBS screenshot in order to pixel match where I need to go with each of these elements. And that'll be how I handle that. Alright, everything will be off of the anchor position that Unity uses. So for example, the timers thing, the anchor position is there. I don't think anything here off the top of my head has a different kind of anchoring. I don't think any of them are using like the padding type anchors. Like the left, right, up, down kind of things. But I will check to make sure. Viewport rect. That's probably going to be what I need to use in order to make the Titan Blades camera change positioning. But I think for now, I'll just work on making sure that everything kind of repositions itself properly, depending on the scene we're on. So, for example, I just gotta make sure that all the things get added, and I actually might just like work on the beginnings of what the JSON's gonna look like. So I need to go into the temp folder here. What's the name of the file again? It is layouts.json. New text document. Layouts.json. Yes, I will change the file extension. This time I actually am going to pull this over here so you guys can see me work on this. So, this will be the layout config. Just real quick. Yes, I do need an opening, closing bracket here. But I need default layout is going to be display W overlay. And then layouts is going to be an array of objects like this. So let me indent that. The layout itself is first going to have scene name. Elements itself is going to be an array of objects. The elements are going to have name. Let's start with XP animation. Enabled. True. Minimize. False. Alright. And just start setting all of these up. I do know that, so this is going to be a little bit complicated because, again, KT dash is rendered in 720p, 1280 by 720. The OBS canvas is 1080, but it does get downscaled to 720 on its way out, and I think it's going to end up staying 720 for a bit because Restream has a 720 limit, I believe. I might have to triple check. I think it's limited to 720 on free version. Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open up GIMP. So that I can get coordinates. From this screenshot. Which is probably gonna look really wonky. But oh well. I set this pencil with a pixel size with a size of 1, so I can do this and know exactly where I'm placing this. The position here being 999.33. Just real quick, I need to remember something. Come down here. I just want to get a size reference on this again. .36 by 864. So I wanted to get the ratio on this again. Calculator. So 864 divided by 1080. Again, the canvas size is 1080. 0.8. Oh, I probably had a very exact idea of what that ratio is going to be. So you want the scale to be 0.8. for a lot of the stuff that's on this screen, we want the scale to be 0.8 because we originally designed it to be at that scale. Though we don't necessarily have to, actually. But it would make the most sense for us to set it up like this. Because we could actually just have it position X, Y, 0. That'll end up putting it over the little window controls at the top right, like up there. Kind of can't see where my cursor's going because it clips up here to hide title bars, but you know what I mean. It'll show up, you know, all the way up there instead of anchor X 0, anchor Y 0. That's that element. But then timers, we might actually keep timers in the position that it's supposed to be in. In order to figure out where that's going to be, we pull up our OBS reference here. So it's a 1536. What's half of 1536? Is 768. Cool. So the position of that should be 1142,896. Although we still need to convert that down to 720 because KT dash renders in 720. As it stands. Ooh. You see here we have the anchor point set up like this. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna change that. I'm going to instead anchor that from bottom left. In fact, actually, I might actually anchor it from top left. Even though annoyingly it's going to be negative, so we'll have to make sure our value is negative. Let's do timers. Make sure it has an OBS layout element, so it gets set up for us. Then I'm going to go to this, duplicate. Timers. Enable true, minimize false. We'll go ahead and leave the scale 0.8. And then we need to set up our anchors properly. So, it is now being anchored from the bottom left corner. We'll need to keep that in mind. As such, the X value is going to be 1142, but then adjusted for the ratio between 720 and 1080. So 720 divided by 1080. The ratio is 2/3. Multiply that by 1142. And we get 761. 761. Now anchor Y is going to be the different one. So it is going to be a position from the top. We do need to make sure that it's negative. For this, we do 896. So 2 divided by 3 times 896 is 597. Negative 597. That's timers. Next thing to move around. The stream alert container. Duplicate. Stream alert container. Considering the fact that this has the same now as the timers, we'll need to make sure that we remember that the Y position should be negative. And it should be up here, where it's going to be 37433. 2 divided by 3 times 374. Gonna be 249. And 33. It's 22. Easy. Right, now Titan Blades. Granted, I believe this is in the other thing. Titan Blades itself is going to need to be kind of modified in a different way. Let's set up the Morgie stuff. Morgie combo counter. Let's change the anchor on that. Top right. This one we want it to be kind of in the center of our screen. Let's go from here and to, I believe, 864. Like that. And then we take 864, 502, 432. And we anchor it here. 1909, 464. Which will actually need to do like a negative X value, I'm betting. Yeah, it'll be negative X value. I'll get that in a second. The more important one is the Morgie combo counter. And obviously add element to you. $1980 minus 1909, 71, 5 by 3 times 2, 47. So it'll be negative 47. And then Y position being 464. 309. Okay, also do the both the large show Morgie as well as the small show Morgie. These we're going to need to change the anchoring on. top left for you. I'll do top left on both of them, honestly. Should just have them as universal, but oh well. Show more D. We now have an OBS layout element. And then put the same thing on show more D small. So we want show more D to be in the center of this screen. 1536 divided by 2 is 768. So we want this to be 768. So right here. It is 1143,464. I believe I did 1143 a second ago. No, I did not. I did 464, right? Yeah, which is 309. Okay, so duplicate this, show marquee. Right, that's the name of it? Yeah. Which is 309. Anchor X is going to be 1142. Because we did that for the timer. The timer is 761. That's where we put that. Yeah, let me check this. Oh, Amy is wagon now, apparently. Okay. Okay. And then we do show Morgie small. Which is going to be different. We did set that to the top left, though, but... That's generally speaking, we want it to be like a little bit off from here, so somewhere like right here. And we'll just eyeball it, honestly. 1869, because nice. 1869 divided by 3 times 2. 1246. And then what was the other point? 866. 577. Okay. What else needs to be changed? Redeem toast container, for sure. Redeem toast container needs to be moved. I may even have it... Nah, I think I want it to be, generally speaking, here. But we are going to change the anchoring on it. And obviously add element. So the anchor point on it is going to be the bottom right corner. Therefore, we'll just have it be... Redeem toast container. Do scale 0.8. And then we want the Morgie combo counter anchor X. Never mind, we don't, because that's anchored to the right side of the screen. Which means instead we actually just do 1280 minus 47. There we go, 1233. Wait. This number isn't right. $18.69 should be there. That by 3 times 2, $12.46. Doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. This isn't the right number at all. I did the Morgie combo counter. That should have been 1909, right? 1909. Where did I do a 1909? I took 71. $19.20. I did the wrong number here. I wanted 1920 minus 1909. That's what I fucked up there. And then 11 divided by 3 times 2 is 7.3. So this should have been minus 7. Which means we want 1280 minus 7 is the position for this. 1273. And then we want to use the Y position from timers, negative 597. There. That should be all the things that we need to move. And then it's actually been 4 hours of work. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to move over to my Chinese scene. I'm not ending stream. Not ending stream. I'm going to be here for exactly 30 seconds. Not ending stream. 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 Alright, I have to right click here. Screenshot preview. Not ending stream. Okay, now go back to gameplay. Now go back to gameplay. I'm not ending stream! No! I'm going to... No! Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! No. I'm going to freaking smooch you. Don't do it! That will actually mess with things, I think, if I remember right. I actually probably don't remember right. I mean, you can do, like, the individual commands if you really want to. Morgie. Good Morgie. Oh, Amy, I don't know if Gon's around still. If Gon is still around, you should explain Morgie to Gon. Olivia and I were just discussing. I figured as much. So, Amy, who the hell is Morgan L. Ryan? She's a original character that belongs to Amy, and she's also kind of become a mascot here. The idea should be take all of this, Shift D, oh. Should be Control D. Control D.
Alert. Dairy
I'm getting
projectile
cheese thrown at me. Why am I getting cheese thrown at me when I am trying to do things? I wasn't sure. You did the Morgan Blepe and it sounded like you were ending your talk. Okay, but point is, I am gonna try and do at least the chatting scene layout, and then once I'm done with that, that'll probably be a good stopping point for the stream. That's chatting overlay. I don't know why I call it chatting overlay when there's nothing being overlaid, really. Okay. XP animation can probably just actually go all the way up to the top right. We did actually leave that like that, so we could probably actually just make it 0, 0, which it is already 0, 0. I'm gonna make it slightly bigger. As it stands... Hold on, I'm gonna flip back to the chatting scene again. Sorry. Still not ending. I just wanted to see... Where is it? Report. Okay, it is all the way at the top right, and then down to the top of the little thing. Wait, she's starting stream! I'm going to chew on you. Starting stream plugs. Fun meme. Okay, so this is pixel 866. So that's the full extent of that. Which, on the other screen, it's 864. Oh, huh. It's actually not too far off. I'll actually just leave it at 0.8 then. I'll leave it at 0.8 for all the scales. And then we'll just change the positioning for all of these. For example, timer could probably actually just go dead center in the center. Dead center in the center, wow. In the center on top of the thing here. I do at some point want to put, like, if I do the, like, you know, last follow, last sub or whatever, it'll probably be in this sort of location. But then, for the timers, I want to keep it in the normal location, which is usually around here. Wow, that is not very demonstrative. Probably because it is a 1 pixel brush. So for that, I think we just do 640 as the position for timer. And then we do whatever 886, or sorry, 866. Wait, triple check that. Yeah, 866. Okay. Sorry, 866. It's 577. So you put that at 577. Stream alert container. That's gonna be, we finally get to move this all the way to the left where the stream elements alerts used to be on that screen, which is actually at the top left corner. Which means we can actually do this anchor X0, anchor Y0. Morgie combo counter. We could actually do it such that Morgie combo counter actually finally gets moved kind of here. We want to do it kind of right in the middle of where the developer console is going to be. Which is, this is chat, actually. Kind of in here, which this is 375 by 668. Wait, yeah, 668. So I can just do this shift to do what's half of 668? That'd be 334, right? I actually didn't need to do that with shift. I could have figured out myself. So the position we want is 1444, 464. So 1444 divided by 3 times 2, 962. Oh wait, no, that's for... Oh yeah, we want Morgie combo counter. Oh right, Morgie combo counter is anchored to the right, which means we want 962 minus 1280, negative 317. And then anchor Y is 462. 308. Which is actually pretty close. Then show Morgie. I want Morgie to kind of just be around here. In fact, what I'll probably end up doing... what kind of ratio does she have to the... Yeah. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna use the same anchor Y position. 308. And then I'm kind of just gonna eyeball a spot next to me. Like right here. 1104. 736. Then show Morgie small will be somewhere around here. So 1378, 824. So 918. And then we could actually just go with exactly 800. She started extreme. 5-3. Last but not least, redeem toast container. Where are we putting that? Oops. That's fine, I just had a selection. Do we just keep that at sort of the same position? Actually, now that I think about it, what are we using this space for on my chatting scene? Because we have the radio up here. So what are we supposed to be using this space for? That is the question. Use it for plugs. So the idea is supposed to be that this is the space for, you know, previous follow, previous sub, etc. So then, I don't know what this one's supposed for. honestly, it would be kind of silly for me to do because I do not get that much fan art, but putting a fan art carousel there would be neat. Or carousel. No, the word I'm looking for is marquee, I think. Then again, another good place to put a fan art marquee would be the standby screen. Carousel works? Maybe. I don't know. So I'm thinking like shop marquee. Or the rotation of things that you're showing off. I want to say marquee is what I'm thinking of, but I don't know. But honestly, I could just move the, because we're actually specifically looking at, this is what we're looking at. It's a sound alert thing. And we could put that kind of overlapping chat over here. In fact, yeah, we could actually just do down bottom right corner exactly. Which for that, it'll be 1280 negative 720. Exactly what it is, like right here. And that is chatting overlay. I think that is a good stopping point for today. I am starting to get pretty hungry. So, and we've done 4 hours of just about basically work. She's starting to stream. Oh my goodness. Go ahead and save this. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start wrapping up stream. For real this time. Actually for real this time. I'm gonna start working on wrapping her up. Then hit stop raids. I'll let you guys do the plugs. I am actually ending. Is there something we have to do in stream? I'm going to bite you. Unless you're being serious. No, Amy, it is actually end of stream. It is actually end of stream. Where is my checklist? If you are still here, do please stick around because we're gonna drop in on a friend of ours as we usually do. Amy, I'm. Okay, fine. Fine. If you're gonna be like that, then I get to put the plugs command. Then if you're gonna be like that. Haha. Yes. Yes, yeah. Oh my goodness. See, she gets so upset when I take the plugs from her. I'm telling you. Okay. Oh my goodness. Of course you guys are gonna be like this. Well, let me go about the actual thing. So, for those of you, for those of you who tuned into today's stream, thank you very much for tuning in. Whether you are lurking or actively participating, I appreciate you either way. For those of you who are new to the stream, Standard Green Protocol, I am Kton. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. So when I don't even have to say when we're not screwing around on whatever we did, because we were actually working today. Or at least we were working on my overlay application, but there is a movement shooter that we're working on as well. Hopefully I get to do some stuff with that tomorrow. Aggressive sustained plugs fire. Blast with your plugs core. Oh my goodness, Gan. Gone. Right, so yeah, if you're interested in any of the stuff that we're working on here, definitely drop a follow if you haven't already. If you're already following, make sure you turn on your notifications, because if you show up to the stream multiple times in a row, not only do you get bonus channel points for use with a little cool scripted channel point routines I have here, let's get bonus XP through the Rapport program, which is the Stream XP system. For more information about that, you get some cool perks for leveling up all the way, so for more information about that, you check out the Google document link that's been linked in chat. And the captions have given up. There we go. Captions are catching up. While you're there, don't forget to drop into the Discord server, where not only do I post when my streams go live, but I also share progress made on projects off stream. Also, if you want to do any of that, or I also do both of those things on the Tumblr as well. So if you want to drop into that instead, or follow me on that instead, you can also do that and get the, stream notifications and also progress made on projects off stream. If you wish to support me monetarily, the best way to do so is to tip me on the Ko-fi, which is kind of like Patreon, but better, if you didn't know what Ko-fi is. It'll also get you access to the prototype versions of Jack Schmidt, so if you want to play around with that and see what the movement is like, or offer some criticisms or wherever, you can just drop a couple dollars on there. I would very much appreciate it. And that, weekly schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and potentially streams on Friday if I feel like it. Which, again, the idea is going to be if I actually manage to also do a productive stream tomorrow and don't get sidetracked or, go work on something else, or, go play something after working on something for a couple of hours. If I manage to do that, if I manage to actually do work both of my game dev streams, I'm going to reward myself with an extra gaming stream that'll be oxygen not included on Friday. That's going to be how that works. So tomorrow we do some work, probably end up just finishing up what I started today with KT Dash. And then if we get that done, then Friday will be some oxygen not included. And then Saturday is the regularly scheduled Minecraft Catgirlcraft SMP server. If you're familiar with the Create mod, it's centered pretty much around that. And it's a private SMP that I play with my friends with. That's Saturday. And then Monday is going to be more Deep Rock Galactic, hopefully. And hopefully I get to bring in some other people. I do need to kind of remind myself to try and set up some collabs for that again. We'll see if Olivia is less sick. Would be nice to pull her along for that. And that's it. Raid message and who to raid. I think if we set aggressive sustained plugs fire as our raid message, that might get misinterpreted in certain ways. Raid ending stream. Nah. Oh, we'll probably raid Diesel then. I was trying to think of if I want to do a funny raid message. I tend to try and make a raid message based on what we were doing during the stream. Though it does sometimes take you a little too long for me to figure it out, and then I'm just like, well, I am running late for my raid. Ivy is also live. We did her 6 days ago. We did? Oh, yeah, you're right. Because Ivy was also coming back to stream. Right, I remember. No, because raid ending stream just doesn't sound very, funny. It just sounds kind of generic. And you would really have to be there to understand the joke behind that. I think I just do default raid message today, just because I am taking too long to figure out a funny thing. So I will do raid sub, raid. And then I copy this so I can paste it. And I did not mean to copy the beginning of that. That's weird. But that's our raid message for today, excusing the 942 KT1632 thing. That was not supposed to be there, but if you want to put that there, sure, fine. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you can still unlock that emote using channel points, and it is very affordable here, using specifically the one that selects a emote to unlock. It is only 256 points here. So you can grab that, and then we will drop in on a friend of ours, probably Diesel. We'll see. Raid browser. Likely Diesel though, because we haven't raided Diesel in a bit. Actually, I think we have raided Diesel recently, but following. I would also like to do someone doing software and game dev. Like Little Witch Eyes. Maybe, I don't know. Doohoo is on doing art stuff. I kind of want to raid Doohoo as well. Actually, hang on. Let me see if I click on Diesel. It should tell me you have not raided them in the last 30 days. Okay, I guess we haven't raided Diesel recently then. I guess we raid Diesel then. Okay. I'll open this up and then start raid. And then I flip this over here, put that over there. That's muted. Good. Alright. With that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time on. Until then, this is Kton, over and out.